is quiet now, but the air feels heavy, as if it's thick with everything you're still trying to fix. You are lying there, the weight of your blankets pressing into your limbs, yet your mind is wide awake, pacing through a year that has already passed. You are back in that moment again. You are standing in that doorway, or sitting at that table, or holding that phone, or saying those words that you can never, ever take back. The darkness around you is vast, but your internal light is far too bright, far too piercing. Even as your body seeks the stillness of the mattress, your muscles remain caught in a subtle, reflexive grip. You might feel the slight tightness in your neck, or the way your heels press into the sheets, seeking a grounding that your thoughts won't allow. There is a restless energy humming beneath the skin, a lingering vibration of a day or a lifetime that refuses to settle. It is a strange, exhausting kind of labor, isn't it? This nightly ritual of replaying the scene. You lie in the dark, and you act as the witness, the accuser, and the judge, all at once. You bring forward the evidence of your own clumsiness, the fragments of a conversation that went wrong, the sudden sharp sting of a missed opportunity. You present the facts of your failure with such meticulous detail that the shame feels almost tangible, like a physical weight sitting on your chest. And you do this because deep down, you believe that if you just find the right angle, if you just rephrase the sentence one more and one more time, you might finally change the outcome. You are trying to negotiate with a finished moment. You are attempting to lobby a closed door. There is a specific kind of fatigue that comes from this. It isn't the simple tiredness of a long day, or the heavy-lidded sleepiness of a body that has been active. It is a deeper, more hollow exhaustion. It is the fatigue of a mind that refuses to let the dust settle. You are scrubbing at a stain on the floor of your memory that has already dried, hoping that with enough friction, you can make it disappear. You are looping the tape, searching for a flicker of light in a scene that is already dark. It feels as though if you stop replaying it, if you finally allow the memory to sit still, you are somehow abandoning your responsibility. There is a fear that if you stop punishing yourself, you are saying that what happened didn't matter. You are afraid that if you let the case close, you are letting yourself off too easily. So, you stay awake. You keep your awareness bright and harsh, illuminating every flaw, every tremor in your voice, every lapse in your judgment. You hold on to the sting because the sting is the quiet, burning proof that you still care. But look at how much energy it takes to hold it all. Look at the way your shoulders are pulled up toward your ears, even in the stillness. Look at how your breath has become shallow, trapped in the upper part of your chest, as if you are bracing for a blow that has already landed years ago. Feel the way your jaw is clenched, biting down on words that were never spoken, or perhaps words that were spoken too loudly.
You are trying to perform a miracle with thought alone. You are trying to use the present to rewrite the past. The truth is, the past is not a living thing that can be swayed by your late-night arguments. It is settled. It is heavy. And it is unmoving. No amount of mental revision can soften its edges or change its weight. The mistake happened. The word was spoken. The chance was missed. The door closed. These are the facts. And there is a profound, quiet dignity in simply acknowledging them without needing to litigate them. You don't need to be told that you are a good person, and you don't need to be told that everything happens for a reason. Those are empty words that do not touch the ache in your chest. What you need is simply to notice the effort, to notice the way your mind is clenching, grasping at the edges of a memory, trying to pull it into a shape that is more bearable. Tonight, we are not here to find an escape. We are not here to practice a way to forget or to force a way to forgive. We are simply here to sit in the room with the exhaustion. We are here to witness the moment when the mind realizes that the trial is over, even if the heart is still trembling. The witnesses have all left the stand. There is nothing left to argue. There is only the breath, the dark, and the slow, steady realization that you can let the heavy things rest, even if they remain heavy. You can be responsible for what happened without being consumed by it. You can carry the memory without letting it become a cage. Let the room grow larger. Let the shadows soften. Let the tension in your jaw begin to ebb. Just a fraction. Let the weight of your limbs sink deeper into the support beneath you. You have been working so hard, trying to fix what is unfixable. For now, just let the work stop. Just let the trial end. Story 1. A mother replaying one small failure after her son's school play. The parking lot is bathed in a heavy, jaundiced yellow, the kind of sodium vapor glow that makes everything look slightly bruised. This light spills across the dashboard, casting long, tired shadows over the passenger seat where a crumpled school program lies. The edges of the paper are soft and creased, where Alice's thumb has pressed against it, waiting. Alice sits very still. The engine has been off for several minutes, and the sudden silence in the car is thick, broken only by the rhythmic metallic ticking of the cooling engine. Her hands rest on the steering wheel. The plastic is cold, a biting chill that seeps through her skin, making her fingers feel stiff and disconnected. She does not move to turn the key. She does not reach for her bag. She simply sits in the amber haze, staring through the windshield at the empty rows of parked cars, waiting for a moment that has already passed. In her mind, the scene is not the play itself. The play was loud and bright, full of shuffling feet and the smell of floor wax. She is revisiting the kitchen counter at home 20 minutes before they left. She is revisiting the sight of the paper wings, handmade from cardstock and silver glitter, sitting exactly where she had placed them to dry. She is revisiting the way she grabbed her keys, checked her phone, and walked it out the door, convinced that everything was ready. She is replaying the moment of realization. It wasn't a sudden crash, but a slow, sickening sinking. It was the way the air in the car suddenly felt too thin when she saw the empty space on the seat where the costume should have been. But most of all, she is replaying his face. Leo is 7. He has a way of looking at her that is usually filled with a bright, easy certainty. But in the replay, that certainty has vanished. She sees him standing by the front door, his small shadow cast against the hallway wall. She sees the way his shoulders slumped, just a frame. She sees the way his eyes drifted downward to his sneakers. It was a look of profound, quiet disappointment. Not an angry outburst, but a heavy, hollow kind of sadness. The drive home is a loop of the same quiet tension. She remembers the way the streetlights flickered past the window, rhythmically illuminating the side of his face. He had been so incredibly brave. He hadn't cried or even complained. He had just sat there, staring out at the passing houses, his small hands tucked into the pockets of his jacket. She remembers the ache in her chest when he reached out and patted her arm. His voice small but steady, saying, "It's okay, Mommy. We can just do the wings next time." He had offered her a grace she wasn't ready to accept. He had moved on to the next moment, but she had stayed behind, anchored to the sight of his slumped shoulders. In the dim glow of the dashboard, Alice finds herself pulling the memory forward, magnifying the smallness of his sadness. She scrutinizes the way her own voice sounded, perhaps too flustered, perhaps too defensive, trying to explain the mistake before the weight of it had even settled. She re-examines her hurried movements, the way she prioritized the schedule over the moment. She is attempting to negotiate with a finished moment. She sits in the dark car, hoping that if she can just find the exact right sequence of thoughts, she might somehow undo the slight tremor in his voice. She treats the memory like a puzzle with a missing piece, believing that if she stares at the gap long enough, the picture will become whole again. The sodium light outside flickers, a momentary pulse of darkness. For a second, the car is plunged into deep shadow and the silence feels absolute. She looks down at the crinkled program. Leo's name is there, printed in neat black ink. He was supposed to be a dragonfly, complete with shimmering, translucent wings she had spent hours gluing together. The glitter had gotten into the carpet and the crevices of the sofa, a tiny, sparkling mess left behind. Now the glitter is gone, but the memory of the oversight remains, embedded in the heavy air of the car. She feels a strange, weary compulsion to keep the loop going. To keep the mistake alive is to keep the possibility of fixing it alive. If she stops replaying it, she has to accept that the moment is truly over, that the disappointment happened, and that she was, for a brief moment, the person who let her child down. There is a certain grim comfort in the punishment. The repetitive loop of what if acts as a heavy blanket, a way to stay anchored to the error so she doesn't have to face the emptiness of having moved past it. Her grip on the steering wheel tightens. The coldness of the plastic is sharper now. She watches a single moth flutter near the edge of the street lamp, a frantic circling motion that mirrors the agitation in her hungry mind. The moth beats its wings against the light, driven by an instinct it cannot control, much like her own mind, driven by an instinct to find a verdict that doesn't exist. She looks at the empty passenger seat. The seat is vacant, much like the space where the wings should have been. The car is a small, enclosed world, a capsule of stalled time. Outside, the world is moving. Other cars pass on the distant road, their headlights sweeping across the trees like searching eyes. People are going home to finished stories, to settled evenings, to beds where the mistakes of the day have been laid down. But here, in the yellowed light, Alice remains. She is caught in the amber of her own regret, waiting for a version of the past that will never arrive. Her hands frozen on a wheel that is no more than a symbol of a direction she can no longer change. Story 2. A diner worker haunted by the night he stayed silent. The diner is quiet now, that heavy, hollow kind of quiet that only settles in after the last car has pulled out of the lot and the heat lamps have been clicked off. Ben moves through the dimness with a slow, steady rhythm, a habit born from years of closing shifts. The air smells of stale coffee, floor cleaner, and that lingering sweet scent of maple syrup that seems to cling to the very walls. He picks up a damp rag and begins to wipe down the long laminate counter. The cloth is cold, and as he pulls it across the surface, he traces the rim of a dark coffee ring left behind by a regular from this morning. He stares at it for a moment. It's a small, stubborn mark, a ghost of a presence that refuses to be fully erased by a single pass of the rag. Above him, the neon sign in the window hums. It is a low, electric vibration, a steady pulse that fills the gaps between his own breaths. Every few seconds, the red light flickers, casting a sudden, bruised glow across the salt and pepper shakers and the empty booths. In that flicker, the diner feels less like a place of work and more like a stage where the lights have gone down, but the actors are still lingering in the wings, waiting for a cue that will never come. Ben reaches for the syrup bottle, his fingers sticking slightly to the tacky residue on the glass. He moves it back to the center of the organizer, placing it exactly where it belongs. He likes the order of it. He likes the way the upside-down chairs, stacked neatly on the tables, create a landscape of shadowed seats and wooden legs. There is a comfort in the geometry of a finished shift, the way the world is tidied and put to bed. But his mind is not tidying. It is reopening a door he has already locked. He is back in the middle of the dinner rush. The heat of the kitchen is pressing against his back, and the air is thick with steam from the dish pit. He can see Sarah, the new waitress, moving between the tables. She is young, her movements still a little too hurried, her eyes wide with the effort of keeping up. He remembers the way she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, a small nervous gesture he noticed even then. Then the customer arrived, a man in a heavy, expensive coat, sitting in the corner booth as if he owned the very air around him. He was loud, not in a way that disturbed the peace, but in a way that signaled he didn't care for the room's rhythm. He began to make those sharp, jagged little remarks about the service, about the coffee, about the staff. And then he turned his attention to Sarah. He said something, a joke, perhaps, or a cutting observation about how she was handling the rush. It was a small cruelty, a tiny needle prick of a comment, meant to see if it could draw blood. Ben remembers the moment clearly. He was standing just a few feet away, wiping a tray, his eyes momentarily caught by the way the light hit a salt shaker. He heard the remark. He saw Sarah's shoulders tighten. He saw her face go pale under the fluorescent lights. He felt the sting of the insult in his own chest. And then he laughed. It wasn't a loud laugh. It wasn't even a laugh of agreement. It was just that reflexive, hollow sound, the kind of sound people make to ease tension, to pretend everything is fine so they don't have to deal with the friction. He had looked down at his tray, focused intently on a smudge of mustard, and let the sound escape his throat just to stay out of the line of fire. He had stayed silent. He had chosen his own comfort. He had ensured the customer's gaze stayed on the girl and not on him. Now in the empty diner, the memory of that laugh feels heavier than the porcelain mugs he has stacked all night. It sits in his stomach like a cold stone. He wipes the counter again, harder this time, pressing the wet rag into the laminate. He's trying to scrub away the sensation of that silence, the way it felt like a betrayal. He thinks of Sarah. He wonders if she remembers it the same way. He finds himself replaying the scene, editing the script in his head. In his mind, he finds a way to interrupt. He imagines himself stepping forward, clearing his throat and saying, "That's not necessary." He plays out the confrontation over and over, rehearsing the brave version of himself. He imagines the look of relief on her face, the way the tension in the room might have broken if he had only spoken. But as the neon sign pulses red, the fantasy dissolves. The reality remains. The man finished his meal, paid his bill, and left. Sarah finished her shift and walked out into the night. And Ben is left here in the after hours, holding the weight of a moment that cannot be corrected. He picks up a chair from one of the tables and tilts it upright. The wood scrapes against the floor. A harsh, grating sound in the stillness. He feels a profound exhaustion, but it isn't the physical tiredness of a long shift. It is a deeper, more ancient fatigue. It is the exhaustion of a man who is tired of being his own prosecutor, tired of the nightly ritual of bringing the same closed case back to the light, hoping that if he examines the evidence closely enough,
he might finally change the verdict. He looks at the upside-down chairs, the rows of wooden legs pointing toward the ceiling like silent witnesses. He realizes his mind is doing exactly what that customer did. It is picking at a wound, poking at a sensitive spot, searching for a way to make the discomfort meaningful. He is looking for a way to turn his cowardice into a lesson, but all he finds is the same unchanging silence. The neon light flickers and stays dark for a long, heavy second. In the darkness, Ben is alone with the hum of the refrigerators and the rhythm of his own heart. He recognizes the pattern. He recognizes that the urge to replay the moment is actually an urge to control it, to reach back through the months and rewrite the script so he can finally sleep without the sting of that hollow laugh ringing in his ears. He takes a deep breath, the scent of cleaning fluid filling his lungs. He doesn't find an answer, but he finds a moment of stillness. He looks at the coffee ring on the counter, now faded and damp. He doesn't try to scrub it away this time. He simply leaves it there. A small, dark mark of something that happened, something that is finished, and something that is simply part of the night.
Story 3. A daughter who missed her father's last voicemail. The airport arrivals terminal is a place of constant, restless motion. Yet for Grace, time has a way of pooling and becoming heavy, like spilled water on a linoleum floor. She sits in the driver's seat of her car, the engine idling with a low, rhythmic hum that vibrates through the soles of her feet. Outside, the terminal glass is vast and cold, reflecting the neon flicker of the arrival screen. That screen is a cascade of white light and amber text, a digital waterfall of names and flight numbers, constantly updating, constantly promising that someone is arriving, someone is coming home, someone is just a few minutes away. Grace watches the screen, but her eyes are actually looking backward. In the quiet of her car, the past has a way of resurfacing, much like the sudden, sharp rattle of a luggage wheel against a sidewalk seam. She can hear it so clearly. That frantic, rhythmic clicking as travelers hurry toward the exit, heavy bags dragging behind them, oblivious to the weight of the air around them. She finds herself back in that moment months ago, standing in a different terminal, a different light. The memory begins with a slow, unassuming sensation, the vibration of her phone in her coat pocket. It wasn't a ring, not a loud or demanding intrusion. It was a soft, rhythmic pulse against her hip, a muffled heartbeat against the heavy wool of her winter coat. In that moment, Grace was surrounded by the frantic energy of a departure gate. She was checking her watch, adjusting her scarf, mentally cataloging the tasks of the coming week. The vibration was a tiny, singular event,
a momentary disturbance in the flow of her busy afternoon. She remembers reaching into her pocket. She remembers the brightness of the screen, cutting through the dimness of the terminal. She saw the name on the display. It was her father. She didn't answer. She didn't even feel a pang of urgency. She simply felt the familiar, casual weight of a person who believes that time is an infinite resource. She thought, I am in the middle of something. I will call him when I am settled. I will call him when the noise dies down. I will call him when I can truly listen. She pressed the button to dismiss the notification. The screen went dark. The vibration ceased. The world continued its noisy, swirling dance of departures and arrivals. Now sitting in the stillness of her parked car, Grace feels the ghost of that stale mint on her tongue. The small medicinal sweetness she had sucked on to stay alert during the long drive. It is a dry, lingering taste, much like the way the memory lingers in her throat. She is replaying the sequence, trying to find the exact second where the path could have diverted. She is looking for a different choice, a different movement of her thumb, a different impulse of the heart. She goes through the motions of a mental rehearsal. If she had answered, the conversation would have been different. If she had ignored the noise of the airport and focused on the voice behind the digital pulse, she would have heard the tremor in his tone. She would have heard the things he wasn't explicitly saying, the quiet fatigue, the way his breath hitched, the small, unspoken farewells, hidden in the mundane updates about his garden or his health. She revisits the voicemail itself, though she hasn't listened to it in weeks. She plays it in her mind, stripping away the actual words to focus on the texture of the sound. In her head, she hears the way the audio quality was slightly thin, the way the ambient noise of his own room drifted into the recording. She tries to listen harder this time, as if the sheer force of her attention could bridge the gap between the present and that lost afternoon. She is attempting to use her memory as a way to inhabit a moment that has already evaporated. The windshield wipers of her car move in a slow, hypnotic arc, clearing the light drizzle that has begun to settle on the glass. Sweep, pause, sweep, pause. With every pass of the blade, she feels she is wiping away a layer of the present, trying to clear a view of a past that is fundamentally obscured. The arrival screen flickers. A flight from Chicago has landed. A flight from Denver is delayed. The names change. The lives behind them shifting in and out of the light. Grace watches this and feels the profound, aching injustice of it. How can the world be so indifferent to the permanence of a missed connection? How can the arrivals continue, the wheels keep rattling, and the screens keep glowing, when a single, unreturned vibration has altered the landscape of her life forever? She finds herself trapped in the loop of if. If she had stayed in the car, if she had waited by the gate, if she had been less preoccupied with her own momentum, She is trying to negotiate with a finished event, treating the silence of her father's absence as a case that can be reopened with enough careful deliberation. She is acting as both the prosecutor and the defendant, presenting the evidence of her own distraction, searching for a verdict that might offer a way back to the moment before the screen went dark. But the car remains still. The engine hums. The scent of the damp pavement drifts through the vents. The heaviness in her chest is not just grief. It is the exhaustion of this perpetual litigation. It is the fatigue that comes from carrying a courtroom inside one's own ribcage. She realizes in the dim light of the parking lot that she is waiting for a different version of herself to appear, a version that was more present, more attentive, more capable of hearing the small, vital signals of the world. She looks at her hands on the steering wheel. They are steady, but they feel disconnected from the woman who stood in that terminal months ago. That woman is gone, much like the vibration in the coat pocket. The rain begins to fall more steadily now, a soft drumming on the roof of the car, creating a small, private room of sound. The edges of the airport terminal begin to blur into the dark. The arrival screen is no longer a source of information, but merely a glow in the mist. Grace sits in the center of this quiet, heavy space. She does not find an answer. She does not find a way to undo the silence. She only finds the weight of the truth. The voicemail was left. The phone was dismissed. And the time has passed. The pattern of her mind, the way it seeks to repair the unrepairable through the sheer repetition of thought, remains. But for a moment, beneath the rhythm of the wipers and the cool dampness of the night, there is only the breathing and the heavy, unchangeable stillness of the present. Story 4. A friendship lost to pride. In a college library. Memory. The library lamp casts a small, lonely pool of yellow light across the mahogany surface of the desk, and within that circle, the world feels very narrow. Outside the pool, the rest of the reading room is swallowed by a heavy, velvet dark, leaving only the stack of books and the spiral notebook in front of Owen. The light is dim, the kind of light that makes the edges of objects blur, making it easy for the mind to slip away from the present. The air in the library is cool and carries the faint, dusty scent of decaying glue and aging parchment, a smell that feels like the physical weight of time itself. Owen is staring at the margin of his notebook. He hasn't written a word of his history assignment in 20 minutes. Instead, his pen has been tracing the edge of a single, frantic scribble in the white space beside the lines. His eyes are fixed on a point just beyond the paper, a place where the years begin to fold back on themselves. It is a quiet, rhythmic night. Every so often, the old radiator in the corner of the room gives a heavy metallic knock, a sudden sound that vibrates through the floorboards and up through the legs of his chair. It is a startling, lonely sound, like a gavel striking a wooden block. In the silence that follows, the weight of the memory settles back into his chest. He is back in that argument. He can almost feel the biting, damp air of that campus evening, the way the heavy winter coats felt weighted with moisture and the smell of wet wool. He can see the stone steps of the library, slick and dark, with the slow, rhythmic drip of snowmelt. The sound of the water hitting the pavement is constant, a soft, percussive tapping that matches the pulse in his temples. In the memory, the words are already spoken, but in the pool of the library lamp, Owen is trying to find the version where they aren't. He is sitting in the chair, the metal teeth of his backpack zipper biting slightly into his shoulder, and he is listening to the echo of his own voice. It was a sharp voice. It was a voice shaped by a sudden, jagged pride. The kind of pride that feels like a shield in the moment, but turns into a cage once the heat of the anger has passed. He remembers the look on his friend's face. It wasn't an expression of anger. It was the look of someone realizing the ground beneath them had suddenly become unstable. It was a quiet withdrawal, a subtle receding of light from the moving parts of their shared history. And Owen, fueled by the need to be right, to be the victor of the moment, had pressed harder. He had used his words like stones, dropping them one lack of empathy, one clever, biting remark, watching them create small, irreparable cracks in the friendship. Now, under the dim glow of the lamp, Owen begins the work of the night. He begins the frantic, invisible editing. He imagines the scene again. The library lamp is the same. The radiator knocks. But this time, as the argument reaches that sharp breaking point, he imagines himself pausing. He imagines the silence stretching, not as a void, but as a space for breath. He imagines himself setting the pen down, softening his shoulders, and saying, "I am reacting out of hurt, and I don't want to hurt you." He moves the pen across the margin, tracing the imagined sentence. He plays out the alternative. In this version, the friend stays. In this version, the walk back to the dorms is filled with the easy, comfortable chatter that used to define their weeks. They pass the shadows of the trees, and the snow melt on the stone steps sounds less like a ticking clock and more like a gentle cleaning. He tries a different path. He imagines himself being the one to reach out the next morning. He imagines the text message sent before the sun is fully up. A simple, unadorned apology that bypasses the need for explanation or defense. He imagines the response. A simple, "It's okay, let's grab coffee." But the beauty of the rewrite is always fragile. As soon as he creates the perfect dialogue, the memory of the actual event pulls him back. The pride he felt in the original moment, that stubborn, ironclad need to remain unyielding, reappears, heavy and cold. The phantom weight of the backpack zipper against his skin becomes the weight of his own refusal to bend. He can almost feel the exact texture of the silence that followed that night, a silence that didn't just end the conversation, but began a long, slow drifting apart. He realizes that he is not just replaying the argument, he is attempting to perform a rescue mission on a ghost. He is trying to use the energy of the present to reach back into a closed room and pull someone out of the dark. He sits in the library, surrounded by the silence of sleeping scholars, and feels the immense, exhausting effort of trying to be a different man in a time that no longer exists. The radiator knocks again, louder this time, shaking the stillness. The sound pulls him back to the present, to the dry smell of old paper and the slight ache in his neck. The notebook margin is still empty of any real progress. The snow melt continues to drip outside, indifferent to the heavy lifting his mind is doing. He looks at the lamp. The pool of light is small, and the darkness around it is vast. He recognizes the pattern, the way his mind treats this late-night rehearsal as a form of justice, as if he can only find the right sequence of syllables, the debt will be canceled. He is waiting for a verdict that has already been delivered by the passage of time itself. He rests his hand on the cool, smooth surface of the desk. He feels the texture of the paper, the grain of the wood, the slight chill of the room. The argument is still there, tucked into the shadows of his mind. But for a single fleeting second, he simply notices the weight of his own hand. He notices the way the light fails to reach the corners of the room. He does not fix the mistake. He does not find the perfect words. He only sits within the silence of the library, listening to the slow, inevitable rhythm of the night. The dashboard glow in the dark parking lot, the steady hum of the diner's neon sign, the blue light of the airport arrival screen, and the small, lonely pool of yellow from the library lamp. These moments belong to different people, in different places, at different hours, yet they are all held together by the same heavy, familiar atmosphere. They are the places where we return, night after night, to the same quiet work. When the world goes still and the lights go out, the mind begins its most exhausting labor. It turns inward to revisit what is already finished. If you look closely at these scenes, you can see the pattern. There is the light reflecting off the steering wheel where the weight of an oversight feels as solid as a stone in your hand. There is the flicker of the neon, casting long, twitching shadows across the empty diner floor, much like the way a single moment of silence can feel like a scream. There is the glow of the airport screen scrolling through names and flights that have already landed, just as the past has already landed and settled. And there is the library lamp, casting a circle of light that seems to trap us within the margins of our own mistakes, making everything outside that small circle disappear. In each of these moments, we are doing more than just remembering. We are attempting a repair. We sit in the driver's seat, adjusting our words, hoping that if we find the right phrasing, the disappointed face in the rearview mirror might soften. We wipe the diner table again and again, scrubbing at the ghost of that moment, believing that if we scrub hard enough, the stain of our own silence might finally lift. We stare at the arrival screen, waiting for a version of the past to appear that is different from the one we lived. We turn the pages of the notebook, tracing the lines of a lost friendship, hoping to find the exact point where we could have chosen differently. This is the great nightly labor of the exhausted heart. We go back to these closed doors and try to find a way to unlatch them. We treat the past as if it were a negotiation, a contract that can be amended with enough late-night scrutiny, enough agonizing detail. We act as if we stay awake long enough and analyze the error with enough precision, we might finally reach a verdict that allows us to feel clean. But the truth we feel in our very bones is that this repetition is a loop. This constant revisiting is not actually repair. It is a form of grasping. It is the mind's attempt to hold on to a moment that has already passed, trying to exert control over a timeline that has already frozen. We are trying to fix what is by definition unfixable. We mistake the intensity of our regret for the depth of our growth. We think that because the pain is so sharp, we are somehow doing the necessary work of being accountable. But there is a difference between the quiet, honest weight of responsibility, the frantic, circular movement of self-punishment. One is a foundation, the other is a whirlpool. One allows us to stand, the other pulls us under. As we sit here in the dark, we can begin to see the pattern. The exhaustion we feel is not from the mistakes themselves, but from the sheer, unrelenting effort of trying to rewrite them. Story 5. A mother regretting the years she gave away to work. The apartment is quiet except for the steady, rhythmic tapping of rain against the window. It's a small, soft sound like fingers drumming on glass, marking the minutes as they pass. The air in the living room holds the heavy, comforting warmth of the dryer, a heat that smells of lavender detergent, and the faint, metallic hum of a machine settling into its rest. Maya sits on the floor, surrounded by a landscape of warm fabric. There is a peace in the repetition of folding, but tonight, the rhythm is pulling her backward. As she reaches into the basket and pulls out a warm towel, the loop begins. It starts with the scent of the laundry, that clean, sharp lavender, and suddenly she isn't in her quiet apartment anymore. She is back in that office years ago, under the flicker of fluorescent lights that always seem to hum with a low-grade anxiety. She can feel the weight of the heavy manila folders in her hands. She can feel the tightness in her shoulders, a knot she had learned to carry every day. She picks up a small, bright yellow sock, patterned with tiny cartoon dinosaurs. It is soft and worn thin at the heel. Holding it, Maya finds herself standing in the hallway of her old apartment, checking her even older watch. The light from the hallway bulb was always a pale, sickly yellow, casting long, tired shadows across the linoleum. She remembers how she used to stand there, caught between the door and the kitchen, trying to transition from being an employee back to being a mother. She remembers the heavy work bag sliding off her shoulder, a physical weight that matched the mental one. She remembers the exact moment she would look at the clock and realize it was 6:30, then 7, then 7:30. The replay isn't one single dramatic event. There was no great catastrophe. Instead, it was just a slow, steady accumulation of small absences. It was the way she would walk through the door, exhausted and still mentally tethered to spreadsheets, and find her daughter, Lily, already in her pajamas, the evening having already moved into its final, quiet stage. She remembers the way the living room light would be dimming, and how she would sit on the edge of the sofa, her mind still racing with the logistics of the next morning, while Lily played silently with her blocks nearby. Maya was physically there, her body resting on the cushions, but her spirit was still sitting at that desk, staring at a glowing monitor, trying to finish one last task. She remembers the small, missed opportunities that felt insignificant at the time but now feel like hollow spaces. The way she didn't notice the specific way Lily used to hum while coloring, or the way she missed the excitement in a small story because she was too busy checking a notification. She remembers the quiet dinner plates clicking against the table, a sound that happened while her mind was still miles away, navigating a crisis that had long since been resolved. She picks up a white t-shirt, smoothing the wrinkles with the palm of her hand. The warmth of the fabric is a comfort, but the memory is a friction. She remembers the many evenings when their conversations were shallow, simply because she didn't have the energy to dive deep. She remembers offering a distracted nod or a quick, "That's nice, sweetie," while her eyes wandered toward the window or toward the pile of papers she had brought home in her bag. The rain intensifies, a sudden flurry of drops against the glass, and for a moment, the sound is like the frantic typing of a deadline. Maya feels the familiar urge to fix it. In her mind, she tries to rewrite those evenings. She imagines walking through the evening air at 5 p.m. instead, She imagines setting her phone in a drawer in the hallway. She imagines the version of herself that stays present, the version that notices the way the sunset hits the kitchen tiles, or the way Lily's hair looks when it's messy from a nap. She tries to command her past self with the wisdom she only acquired once the years had already passed. She tries to use the memory to punish herself, hoping that if she can just feel enough regret, she might somehow make up for the time she lost. But the socks, the shirts, the towels, they are all folded and placed in neat piles, even while the memory remains a tangled knot. She picks up a small blue sweater. It is thick and heavy. As she folds the sleeves inward, she realizes that the exhaustion she feels tonight is the same exhaustion she felt in those years of staying too long. It is the fatigue of a mind that refuses to let a finished day stay finished. She has been carrying a weight for a mistake that cannot be undone. The dryer hums one last time, a long, descending note, and then falls silent. The apartment is deeply still. The only sound is the soft, steady rain and the rustle of fabric. Maya looks down at the pile of laundry. The cartoon dinosaur sock rests atop a white towel. She notices the way the dim light from the single lamp catches the texture of the cotton. She breathes in the lavender. She realizes that the work she is doing right now, the folding, the smoothing, the tending to these small, tangible things, is the only way to be here. The past is an unmovable thing, but the laundry is warm, and it is here and it is soft. She does not pretend that the years of distraction did not happen. She does not tell herself that the missed evenings were unimportant. They were real. The loss is real. But as she reaches for the next item, a heavy bed sheet, she allows the tension in her hands to loosen just a fraction. She allows the regret to sit beside her rather than sitting on top of her. It is a heavy presence, like the damp earth outside. But it does not have to be the only thing in the room. She continues to fold. The rhythm of the fabric, the warmth of the heat, and the steady, unhurried rain begin to pull her focus away from the office and back to the floor, back to her breathing, back to the simple, necessary task of bringing order to the small things, one piece at a time. Story 6. A brother haunted by cruel words spoken during a hospital week. The evening air in the community garden always carries a specific heavy sweetness. It is the scent of damp earth turning over, the sharp green musk of tomato leaves bruised by the passing of hands, and the smell of summer heat beginning to break. Daniel stood by the rusted gate latch, his thumb tracing the rough, flaking orange metal. The latch was stubborn, as it always was, requiring a certain pressure, a specific tilt of the wrist to click open. He liked the resistance of it. It was a physical reality that demanded his full attention, a small, tangible problem to solve. He pulled his work gloves off, the heavy canvas stiff with dried mud and the salt of his own skin. As he dropped them onto the wooden bench, his mind, which had been focused on the simple task of watering the late-season squash, drifted back. It was a familiar drift, a sudden, unbidden movement of the heart toward a specific week, a specific hospital corridor, and a specific set of words. The garden was quiet now, save for the rhythmic, hollow sound of water hitting the soil. He had been running the hose in a wide, slow arc, soaking the base of the heavy vines. The water pooled in the dark furrows, turning the dust into a rich, black slurry. The sound was hypnotic, a steady, liquid pulse that usually helped him settle. But tonight, the sound felt like the background noise to a memory he could not escape. He remembered the sterile, fluorescent hum of the hospital waiting room. He remembered the way the air there felt recycled and thin, stripped of all the organic life that filled this garden. Most of all, he remembered the tension in his own chest, a tight, jagged knot of exhaustion and fear. It had been a week of bad news, of long hours in plastic chairs, of the heavy, breathless waiting that happens when someone you love is unwell. His younger brother Leo had been there too. Leo, who had always been the brighter, more resilient one, was visibly fraying. He had been pacing the small perimeter of the room, his face pale, his eyes darting. Daniel had been trying to hold himself together, trying to be the steady one, the anchor, but the exhaustion had stripped away his usual patience. It had left him brittle, like dry wood ready to snap under the slightest weight. Then the moment happened. It wasn't a large explosion. It was a small, sharp puncture. Leo had said something, a nervous, rambling comment about the uncertainty of the doctor's prognosis, and Daniel had snapped. The words had been cold, precise, and entirely unnecessary. He had used his frustration, his own fear, as a weapon, aiming it directly at the person who needed his support most. He had called Leo's anxiety a weakness. He had told him to stop making everything about his own nerves and to just be silent for once. The silence that followed had been heavier than any noise. It had been a vacuum sucking the air out of the room. Daniel could still see the way Leo's expression had shifted. Not to anger, but to a profound, quiet hurt. A sudden withdrawal that looked like a closing door. And then the hospital week had ended. The crisis had passed. The doctors had provided a path forward, and the immediate fog of fear had lifted. But the distance had begun to grow. Shortly after, Leo had accepted a position in a city 3 states away. The move had been planned, a necessary step for his career, but the timing felt, to Daniel, like a physical consequence of that one sharp, cruel moment. The opportunity to sit down, to take a breath, to say, "I am so sorry, I was scared and I took it out on you," had slipped through his fingers, replaced by the logistics of packing boxes and long-distance goodbyes. Now standing in the garden, Daniel watched the evening gnats dancing in the amber light of the setting sun. They moved in erratic, shimmering clouds, caught in the glow of the low sun, appearing and disappearing with a frantic, beautiful energy. They lived for such brief, flickering moments, and yet they were so present. He looked down at his hands. They were stained with the dark essence of the garden. The dirt worked deep into the creases of his knuckles. He felt the weight of the words he had never retracted. In his mind, he was still in that hospital room, still delivering the blow, still watching the light go out in his brother's eyes. He was attempting to rewrite the dialogue, searching for a version of himself that was kinder, more composed, more worthy of the brother he had failed. He was trying to use the energy of his current exhaustion to perform a repair that time had already rendered impossible. A single large drop of water fell from the end of the hose, splashing onto the back of his hand. It was cold and startling. He looked toward the edge of the garden, where the shadows were beginning to pool under the rose bushes. The sun was dipping below the fence line, leaving only a bruised purple streak across the sky. The air was cooling, the warmth of the day retreating into the earth. The memory of the words remained, but the intensity of the replay felt slightly different in the cooling air. The shame was still there, a heavy, solid thing in his stomach, but the frantic urge to argue with the past felt momentarily dampened, like a fire deprived of oxygen. He realized that he was holding on to the memory of the cruelty as a way of staying connected to the person he had been in that moment. To stop replaying the argument would be to admit that the version of himself that spoke those words was gone, and that the damage, while not fatal, was a permanent part of his history. He reached for the hose, turning the nozzle to a fine mist. The water settled over the leaves like a shroud of light. He watched the way the moisture clung to the green surfaces, making them glisten. He thought about the garden itself, how it required the decay of old leaves, the rot of fallen fruit, the slow, messy dissolution of the old to create the nutrients for the new. The garden did not try to deny the compost. It simply used it. He stood there for a long time, the mist cooling his face, watching the amber light fade into a deep gray. The gate latch remained rusted, the soil remained damp, and the words remained unsaid. But as the shadows lengthened, the garden seemed to settle into a quiet acceptance of the dusk. And for a moment, Daniel simply breathed with it. Story 7. A sister who bruised a wedding memory with old resentment. The room is quiet now, save for the rhythmic, heavy hiss of the steam iron. It is a sound that rises and falls, a white noise that fills the small, bright space of the alterations studio. Lucy sits on a low wooden stool, her shoulders slumped, watching the fine mist settle onto the heavy white fabric draped across the table. The air is warm and thick with the scent of heated cotton and a faint metallic tang from the iron's plate. In her hand, she holds a small pincushion, a round, stuffed velvet orb patterned with tiny, faded roses. Her fingers move of their own accord, rhythmically pressing a silver pin into the soft fabric, then withdrawing it, then pressing another. The movement is repetitive, almost hypnotic, but her eyes are not on the pins. They are caught in the silvered surface of the pedestal mirror standing in the corner, a tall, slender thing that catches the overhead light and throws it back in long, distorted streaks. She is back in the fitting. The studio looks exactly the same in her memory, but the light is different. Brighter, more clinical, stripped of the evening's soft shadows. She can still hear the whisper of the satin. It is a specific sound, the dry, sliding friction of expensive fabric moving against itself, a sound that should have been celebratory. Her sister, Claire, had been standing there, bathed in that same bright light, looking radiant and fragile all at once. The dress was a masterpiece of cream-colored silk, a cloud of texture and grace. Lucy remembers the weight of the grievance she carried into the room that day. It wasn't the old screaming anger, but something much more insidious. It was a low-frequency resentment, a small, jagged stone she had been carrying in her pocket for months, an old slight from a summer long ago that she had forgotten to set down. As she watched Claire adjust the bodice, looking at her reflection with such pure, unadulterated joy, the stone began to press against Lucy's skin. She remembers the exact moment the air in the room changed. It wasn't a shout. It was a comment. A sharp, clever observation about a shared childhood memory, phrased as a joke, but laced with a bitterness that she couldn't pull back once the words had left her lips. She had seen it happen in real time. She saw the way the light in Claire's eyes didn't just dim, but fractured. She saw the sudden, rigid stillness in Claire's posture, the way her hands, which had been fluttering with excitement, suddenly gripped the edge of the silk pedestal. The silence that followed had been heavy, much like the silence in the studio now. It was a silence that felt like something breaking, not something loud and crashing, but something delicate, like the stem of a flower being snapped underfoot. Lucy reaches into her apron pocket and touches the small, crumpled paper receipt from that afternoon. It is folded into a tiny, sharp square, a physical remnant of a day that should have been about beginnings, but instead became about a fracture. The paper feels dry and brittle against her fingertips. In the memory, the seamstress had looked up from her work, the silver pins in her mouth, glinting. There was no reprimand, only a profound, awkward confusion. The joy had been bruised. It wasn't gone, but it was no longer pristine. It was marked, dented by Lucy's inability to be soft when the moment required her to be. Lucy looks down at the satin on the table. It is beautiful, but her mind keeps returning to the way the fabric had bunched under Claire's hands when the tension entered the room. She replays the conversation, trying to find the exact syllable where she could have turned the words around. She rehearses a dozen different endings. In one version, she laughs the comment off. In another, she apologizes immediately before the frost can settle. She tries to rewrite the physics of the moment, attempting to use her mental energy to undo the momentum of her own unkindness. The steam iron hisses again, a long, exhaling breath that seems to mock her. She looks at the pincushion. The roses are losing their color. She thinks about the nature of a bruise. A bruise is not a wound that bleeds. It is simply an accumulation of pressure beneath the surface. It is a change in the color of the skin, a quiet darkening of what was once clear. That is what she did to that afternoon. She didn't break the day, but she changed its color. She left a mark on a memory that Claire would carry into her marriage. A tiny, darkened spot in the bright tapestry of her wedding preparations. The studio is so still. The light from the street lamp outside begins to creep across the floor. Long and amber, Lucy realizes that her hands are clenched tight around the pincushion. Her knuckles are white, mirroring the silk on the table. She has been holding this moment, this specific, stinging error, with the same desperate grip she uses to hold on to her pride. She has been trying to litigate the case to present new evidence to the court of her own conscience, hoping that if she argues her case well enough, the verdict might change from guilty to innocent. But the silk does not change. The pins remain stuck in the velvet. The steam has already risen and vanished. She breathes in the scent of the heated fabric, the heavy, comforting warmth of it. She notices the way the light hits the pedestal mirror, creating a soft glow that blurs the edges of the room. The edges are not as sharp as they were in the memory. The sharp, jagged edge of her resentment is softening simply because the night is growing older, and the energy required to maintain the anger is beginning to ebb. She lets her fingers loosen. The pincushion settles in her palm. She thinks about the seamstress who had finished the hem and moved on to the next garment, unaware that a small piece of history had been altered in her presence. The world had continued to move. The wedding had happened, The joy had survived, even if it was slightly altered. Lucy reaches out and touches the edge of the satin. It is smooth, cool, and indifferent to her regret. It simply is. She feels the weight of the paper receipt in her pocket, and for the first time in weeks, she does not feel the need to unfold it and read the date. She leaves it folded, a small, quiet square of paper tucked away. The hissing of the iron slows. The room settles into a deep velvet hush. Lucy watches the shadow of a moth flutter near the lamp, a dark, silent shape against the warmth. She allows the memory of the room to stay in the past, leaving the bright, fractured light of the fitting to fade into the soft, forgiving shadows of the present. She picks up one last pin, presses it gently into the cushion, and leaves it there. Story 8. A monk who could not stop punishing himself for one old mistake. The air in the monastery copy room always smells of the same three things: dried ink, the sharp sweetness of cedar drawers, and the heavy, warm scent of beeswax. It is a quiet, thick atmosphere, a space designed for the slow, careful movement of hands and the steady rhythm of thought. Brother Samuel sat at the low wooden desk, his back slightly curved from hours of leaning over heavy handmade paper. The only sound was the rhythmic, dry scrape of his reed pen and the occasional distant click of sandals on stone from the hallway. In the corner, a small oil lantern cast a amber glow across the room, making the shadows pulse gently against the stone walls. A single moth, drawn to the warmth, fluttered erratically near the flame, its shadow dancing like a dark, frayed ribbon against the edge of a book. Samuel tried to focus on the text before him, but his mind was not in the room. His mind was years in the past, back in the drafty, dimly lit archives of his novice years. He was back in that particular afternoon, standing before the heavy, leather-bound donor ledger. He could almost feel the weight of the pen in his hand then, and the specific, stinging heat of the mistake. As it happened, he had been young, eager to prove his precision, and entirely too hurried. He had misread a line, a simple error of transcription where a significant donation intended for the winter grain stores had been recorded under the wrong account. It was a small slip of the eye, a momentary lapse in vigilance, but the ripples had been far from small. The mistake had surfaced weeks later during the inventory, causing a frantic, confused scramble in the monastery kitchen. The head cook had been left without the expected supplies for the communal meal, and the pantry monks had spent 2 sleepless nights trying to reconcile the numbers. Every time Samuel closed his, and now, or every time he sat in the silence of the copy room, he returned to that moment. He went back to the feeling of the ink drying on the page, knowing, but not yet knowing, that he had failed. He replayed the confusion in the kitchen, the furrowed brows of the elders, the subtle, disappointed sighs that had drifted through the cloisters. He stayed in that moment, trying to find the exact second where he could have paused, where he could have breathed, where he could have checked the line one more time. He was attempting to inhabit a version of himself that was perfect, a version that never faltered, as if by reliving the error with enough intensity, he could eventually find a way to edit it out of existence. He reached for his brush cup, the ceramic cool and smooth against his fingers, and took a slow sip of water. The water was plain, but it grounded him for a heartbeat. Yet, as soon as the cup touched the desk, the ledger error returned. He was back in the archives, staring at the misplaced numbers, feeling the phantom weight of that early, clumsy responsibility. A soft sound, the rhythmic scuff of leather on stone, announced a visitor. It was Brother Thomas, an elder whose presence was like the steadying weight of an old mountain. Thomas did not speak immediately. He moved to the small cedar drawer, opened it to retrieve a piece of cleaning cloth, and began to wipe the dust from a nearby shelf. The movement was slow, unhurried, and completely unattached to any sense of urgency. "The ink is thick tonight, Samuel," Thomas said softly, his voice like the rustle of dry leaves. He didn't look up from his task. "It is, brother," Samuel replied, his throat feeling tight. He didn't want to admit that his mind was currently trapped in a decade-old pantry crisis. Thomas paused, his hand resting on the edge of the wooden shelf. He turned slightly, the lantern light catching the deep, kind wrinkles around his eyes. He looked at Samuel, not with the scrutiny of a judge, but with the quiet observation of someone watching the weather change. "You are working very hard," Thomas remarked, "but you are working on the past, not the page." Samuel felt a sudden, sharp prickle of shame. He looked down at the paper, at the neat rows of characters he had been copying. "I cannot seem to leave it behind. It feels as though if I stop looking at it, if I stop checking the error in my head, I am simply letting the mistake stand. I feel I must remain vigilant, even now." Thomas moved closer, the scent of sandalwood and old paper following him. He sat on a low stool near the desk. "There is a difference between tending to a mistake and tending to the ghost of it. When you recount the error, are you seeking to fix the ledger?" "No," Samuel whispered. "The ledger is closed. The grain was delivered. The kitchen is fine." "Then what are you doing?" Thomas asked gently. I am trying to ensure it doesn't happen again. I am holding myself to account." Thomas leaned forward, his shadow merging with the shadow of the moth near the lantern. To hold oneself to account is to learn. It is to be careful with the brush, to be present with the ink. That is a service to the present moment. But this, he gestured vaguely toward the dark corners of the room, this is something else. This is a form of grasping. You are grasping for a version of yourself, that is incapable of error. You are trying to hold on to a purity that does not exist in this world. Samuel stayed silent. He listened to the tiny, frantic clicking of the moth against the lamp. When we replay our failures, Thomas continued, we are not seeking justice, we are seeking control. We imagine that if we can just find the right way to feel the regret, or the right way to understand the cause, we can somehow undo the fact that we are human. We try to turn our remorse into a way of being perfect. But perfection is a closed door. It leaves no room for the breath or for the error or for the very life we are trying to record. He reached out and lightly touched the edge of Samuel's manuscript. The mistake was made. The kitchen was unsettled. The monks were inconvenienced. That is the truth of the event. To add to that truth a lifetime of self-punishment does not make the mistake any less real, nor does it make the world any more stable. It only makes your heart heavy, and a heavy heart cannot copy the truth with clarity. Samuel looked at the brush cup, then at the damp, dark ink on the page. He thought of the way he had been treating his own memory, not as a teacher, but as a courtroom where he was both the defendant and the prosecutor, endlessly re-arguing a case that had long since been settled. He felt the tension in his shoulders, a tightness he hadn't even realized he was carrying, begin to soften just a fraction. The error is finished, Samuel, Thomas said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Let it be finished. Let the ledger stay as it is. The grain is in the granary. The bells have rung. There is only this room, this light, and the work in front of you. Thomas stood up, his sandals scraping softly on the stone as he turned to leave. He left the room as quietly as he had entered, leaving only the scent of cedar and the flickering light of the lantern. Samuel sat in the silence. He looked at the single dark spot of ink that had slightly bled into the grain of the paper, a small, unintended smudge. For a moment he felt the old urge to rub it away, to obsess over the way it had disrupted the pattern. But instead he simply watched it. He watched how the lantern light caught the wetness of the ink, making it glisten. He watched the moth settle on the edge of the lamp, its wings finally still. He took a breath, deep and slow, feeling the cool air enter his lungs and the warmth of the room settle around him. He picked up his pen. He did not try to forget the mistake. He simply stopped trying to rewrite it. He turned his attention to the next line of text, focusing only on the movement of the reed, the flow of the ink, and the steady, quiet presence of the room. Take a moment to let these rooms settle. Let the warmth of the laundry, the scent of damp garden soil, the heavy whisper of bridal satin, and the flickering, moth-shadowed lantern light drift together into a single, quiet space. The air here is still. The neon buzz of the diner has faded. The rattle of airport luggage has gone silent. There is only the weight of these memories gathered like smooth stones at the edge of a dark pond. As you hold them, notice the pattern. It is the heavy, rhythmic work of a mind that refuses to believe a door has closed. You have been acting as a tireless clerk, reopening every old ledger, rereading every misplaced word, and re-examining every missed opportunity. There is a certain desperate kindness in this exhaustion. It comes from a place that deeply values what was lost. You replay the scene because you still care. You return to the moment because you are waiting for a version of the truth where you did the right thing. You are waiting for the moment where, through enough hours of vigil, the outcome finally changes. But the night has come to show you something different. The laundry has been folded. The garden work is done. The satin is tucked away. The lantern is dimming. These things do not wait for a different outcome. They simply exist in their finished state. There is a subtle difference between the weight of responsibility and the weight of self-punishment. Responsibility is a steady, quiet hand. It is the part of you that acknowledges the sting of a missed phone call or the shame of a moment of cowardice. Responsibility says this happened, it was real, it had consequences. It is an honesty that allows you to carry the person you were into the person you are now. It is the part of you that keeps the garden tended and the ledger accurate. But self-punishment is a different kind of labor. It is a circular motion that produces no fruit. It is the attempt to stay kneeling before a finished past, hoping that if you suffer enough through the replay, you can somehow pay off a debt that time has already settled. True accountability does not require you to stay trapped by your errors. It only asks that you look at them clearly without turning your eyes away, and then let them be. It asks you to repair what can still be repaired, to send the apology that is still possible, or to be more mindful in the next small choice, and then to let the momentum stop. The past is a finished country. No amount of mental wandering can change its borders. The mistake is a part of your story, but it is not the whole book. To hold on to the remorse as a way of holding on to the person you lost is a form of grasping. It is a way of refusing to let the world move on. Let the heavy, tired feeling of being a judge begin to dissolve. You do not need to be the witness or the prosecutor tonight. You can simply be the one who breathes. Allow this to settle into your bones. You can be someone who regrets a mistake without being someone who is defined by it. You can remember the error without being forced to relive it. The mistake happened. It is a fact, as much a part of your landscape as the stone steps or the rusted gate. But the trial is over. The verdict has already been rendered by the passing of the hours. There is nothing left to negotiate. There is only the rest that comes when you finally stop trying to rewrite what is already written. The room is still now. The shadows have settled into the corners, and the air has grown heavy and cool, holding the quiet weight of the night. You are back here in the softness of your own bed, where the covers rest against your skin, and the world outside your window has faded into a blur of dark trees and silent streets. The playback has slowed. The frantic circular motion of the mind, that desperate spinning wheel of if only and could have, is beginning to tire. It is a profound, bone-deep exhaustion, the kind that comes from sitting in a courtroom for hours on end, listening to the same evidence, watching the same faces, and waiting for a verdict that never changes. Take a moment to feel the weight of your own body against the mattress. Feel the points of contact. Your heels, your calves, your hips, your shoulders. Let the bed hold you. There is no need to hold yourself upright right now. There is no need to maintain the posture of a witness or a defendant. Think of just one of those files, not all of them, just one. Pick the one that feels the heaviest tonight, the one that has been looping, the one that feels like a closed door. You are enough of a person to stop kicking. See it clearly, but see it as an object, not a living thing. Perhaps it is a crumpled program from a school play, or a harsh word caught in a closed throat, or a phone call left unreturned. Look at this moment from the past. It is there in the archive of your life. It is a real thing. It happened. There is no use in pretending the mistake did not occur, or that the sting of it isn't part of your history. To deny it would be to deny yourself. To pretend it didn't happen would be to build a house on sand. But notice the difference between holding the truth and holding the grudge against yourself. Notice how when you hold a heavy stone in your hand for too long, your muscles begin to tremble, your fingers cramp, your wrist aches. The stone itself hasn't changed. It is just the act of gripping it that is draining your life force. You have been gripping these memories, squeezing them, trying to find a way to squeeze a different result out of a finished moment. You have been trying to use your exhaustion as a way to pay a debt that has already been collected by time. The trial is over. The court is closed for the night. The people in your memories, the son with the empty costume, the waitress in the diner, the brother in the garden, the elder in the monastery, they are not all sitting in judgment of you in this dark room. They have moved on into their own complexities, their own nights of sleep. You are the only one left in this particular room, still lit by the flickering lamp of regret, still presenting the same evidence, to an empty gallery. You can allow the evidence to stay on the table, but you do not have to keep reading it. Imagine slowly the physical sensation of unclenching. Start with your jaw. Let the teeth part just a fraction, creating a small, soft space between them. Let the tongue drop away from the roof of your mouth, resting heavily, weightlessly on the floor of your mouth. Let the muscles around your eyes soften, losing that sharp, vigilant edge. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears, sinking deeper into the pillow. Feel the pillow rise up to meet the back of your head, cradling the weight of your skull. As you breathe, imagine the breath moving like a gentle tide, coming in and going out. With every exhale, imagine the heavy, dusty files of the night being stacked neatly away. You aren't throwing them away. You are simply putting them in a drawer, in a room where they can rest, tucked away in the quiet archives where they belong. They are part of your story, but they are not the whole story. They are the shadows that give the light its shape, but they are not the light itself. The past is a fixed landscape. It is the mountain behind you. You cannot walk back into its crevices to rearrange the stones. You can only walk forward into the soft, unwritten dark of the present. There is a profound dignity in simply accepting what has passed. There is a quiet strength in saying, that happened. It was heavy, it was clumsy, it was human, and now it is finished. The air in the room is turning cooler now. A gentle, sleep-inducing chill. Let the blankets wrap around you like a cocoon. There is nothing left to litigate. There is no need for more testimony. The truth does not need you to repeat it 1,000 times for it to remain true. The truth is already settled in the earth and the stars and the silence. As the weight of the duvet settles over your chest, feel it pressing down with a gentle, grounding gravity. Feel the friction of the sheets against your ankles. A soft, textured boundary between you and the rest of the world. The darkness of the room is not an empty space, but a soft, velvet presence, filling in the gaps around your body, smoothing over the edges of your thoughts. Notice the stillness of the nighttime quiet. There is no sound here but the slow, rhythmic pull of your own breathing. The mattress beneath you is steady and unmoving. The world has gone quiet, and you are permitted to join it. With every breath, the space between your thoughts grows wider and more still. The heavy file you were holding, the one with the names and the dates and the could-have-beens, is now resting on the floor beside the bed, out of reach, out of sight. It is just an object in the dark. It no longer requires your attention. It no longer requires your heartbeat to stay alive. The night is vast. The night is deep. And the night is forgiving. If another old scene tries to rise again, you do not have to wrestle it back down. You can let it pass through like a train heard from far away, present for a moment, then fading into distance. You can stay here with the pillow under your cheek, the blanket near your throat, and the simple mercy of one more ordinary breath. Rest now. The case is closed. The room is dark. All is well.